Nephos.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to get the microphone just right. Hey, hope you all doing well. Her. I know I'm ready for more Pokemon. Itching for it all weekend. Alrighty. No way transition without the game stopping. Is the bottom all the way? No. That was what was messed up. Shit. Alright, give me a second. Get the ratio right. Alright. There we go. Back at it. With all of our friends. But most importantly, Titty Cat. We got so many mons to train and get ready for our next couple of encounters. Also, we should start looking for the other ones we need. Who'd I give? I don't think I brought Cut with me. Now I think about it out loud. Alright, let's just go through this. We must look silly standing here like this. You said it, not me. Lass wants to fight. Kind of. Stare me down, you stupid bird. Dare you. Double bird dare you. I'm gonna get Pampor leveled up too. Just keep tossing him. There we go. Just get him out. Purloin. Nah. We'll remember to leer this time. Yeah. And yeah, I hope you all have had a good week. I had a good time seeing Thursday. That was a cool time. But 68 is what fucking sold it. 68's just a force to be reckoned with. And I'm already excited to wear like the shirt I bought from this show at work the next time I work. Alright, let's switch you out. Yeah, let's get our little zebra here trained up. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess my typing prevents it. Oh well, we're just going to outspeed it. Look what you did. You sent them out to battle. You sent them out to war. School is fun, but so are Pokemon. Oh, I'm sorry. Just gonna hit that. Clink. You know what? No. just no. Just get our little spider boy out. Gear grind. Just keep throwing mud at it. Just like check to make sure my work related stuff wasn't like, related to me, I guess. Alright. Next up. I like Pokemons so much. I think that's what she said. Oh god, if we're not going to outspeed it. Yeah. Send out the little drill boy. And just, yep. Yeah, let's throw back Joltik. Just to get the level up. Yeah, I figured Drillbur was faster than all the doggos. Our little drill man can drill. Drill, dribble, drill. Drill, dribble, drill. Double level up. Why? Why? Why'd you murder all my cute Pokemon? Miku's so cute. Meow, meow, meow. I guess this is the Meowth trainer. Funny enough, oof. Yeah, Tranquil's actually going to have to go out now. Great. Oh, just great. Oh, that could be a lot worse. Here, just keep wing attacking it. We'll be good. Well, we're not even going to switch around. We can't really switch around at this point. I mean, we can switch, but just not Joltik and then someone else, because we're kind of running out of stamina and health. Well, it's health, stamina. You know the drill. Oh. Oh, I wasn't thinking it was going to be faster than me. Oh well, Tranquil lost the growl debuffs. Just sweep them up. Well. Any minute now. How many layers? Next turn we got it. Just a little annoying, but nothing crazy. Meow. Alright, well. That ends that. Let's go heal. And... well, I guess we get the other field to look at too. Also, I should probably start capturing the wild legendaries that are out and about. Alright, next up. Still get Joltik like 8 more levels to go. Blitzel. Just save while we're thinking about it. Blitzel needs 7. And then we got also something I totally forgot about. We have the casino. Or the gambling corner. Alright, let's roll the dice. Coming up. So that's gonna be interesting. We'll see how good I do. Or how well my luck goes. I was like reading ahead. Because I've never been good at the gambling. Just like always wondered if there was like stuff I needed to do on my end. And there are. There are things that apparently would help. Get your bubble beams off of me. Pulled yeah, let's send our zebra out. For all I know, this guy just has to evolve at a certain point. Oh god. Yes. Hey, Roo. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Palapitoad. Oh my god, look at that Palapitoad. He just came in here for the... Oh god, oh, it's a ground type. I forgot. That's what makes it interesting. Well, they sure delivered. And they sure did not disappoint. Starting strong. I know, what, 20 minutes in, and we got a very strong contender for Uglymon of the team. An Uglymon we're going to get soon. Drat. Came up short. Should've gambled my life savings away, buddy. You look good at Pokemon, but how's your chem? How's my chem? Like, how's my chemicals? The chemicals in my brain? Did you know love is just a bunch of chemicals in your brain? Fun facts. Starting off with fun facts and a super best friends reference. Let's see. Vanilla Light. Oh boy. Everybody's favorite Mon. Everyone's favorite Pokemon of all time, I think it's about to come out. Just... Yeah! Look at it. Look at it. Look at that mouth. Like, I think they had to edit the sprite a little to make sure the penis wasn't a mouth. Or the mouth wasn't a penis, oh my god, that's what I said. Joltik. You know what? We got a Joltik. Finally, the mirror match everyone in this chat signed up for. Alright, we're both... we're both using the exact same strat. Oh my god, my defense fell again? I don't even know how we pull that off. Yeah, we already saw Clink from last time, if I remember correctly. You know what, since there's no abilities... Oh. Like, Pokemon that would be, you know, levitating or vulnerable. I guess I don't know if Clink has that ability. Could be something else entirely. The Tomer Department Store has a great selection. I hope your Monday has been going well. I know I've been just kind of doing chores. Hey, we found a nugget. We're going to need this in a moment. Bell. Howdy. I heard a stormy Pokemon appear near Celadon City. Oh god. Speaking of nuggets, hell yeah. Alright, give me a second. Let me go heal my Pokemon then I'll hit this. Hope your Monday's going well. Thank you for coming in and check out some Pokemans. Boo! Boo! Lame. Fuck that shit. I'm sorry. I hope you're getting at least compensated somewhat fairly. That's bullshit. Honestly, I'm shocked when I get days like when we get certain days off. Hey, okay, fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. That is fair. But we'll be here vibing, chilling. I'm going to get another one just going for you. I'm going to try it. I don't even know where we're going to end up being at the end of this or tonight. I'm just going to just keep. We're just going to go and just see how far. I don't know. Like I said, probably Erica, but like that probably won't take too long. Also we got a couple trades to do. Oh wait. I just remember. There's a Pokemon up here now. What Pokemon was this going to be? I totally forgot. Deposit. Yeah, we'll just put Pampor up for a second. Okay, I thought I needed a cut to get back there. Huh? Oh. Oh, it's just Copa Leon. You know, just chilling. Just in the room. Oh, 25? Okay. Okay, we can catch her. Well, okay. Yeah, you know. Just sitting in the room. Just chilling. Alright, we're just going to switch to... yeah, Joe Barachi will be pretty good. It just means the other legendaries are also... fair. I imagine are, like, not super... Oh god, I don't have enough Pokeballs, probably. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to just hit, like, reset. This thing is built like a tank. Holy shit, though. But it's not like I'm throwing the strongest Pokemon I have on it. Supersonic. There we go. Annoy the shit out of it for a while. Oh, god damn it. Well, we do have a Great Ball. Let's go through our Pokeballs first. I missed! So does that mean I have to fight it? No, it's not confused no more. Fuck. This thing hits like a tank. No! Well, fuck. So, yeah, like, can I capture it? So, yeah. That's interesting. Oh, I thought they had the lotto. Well, let's buy some Pokeballs. Because we're running a lot of that. I'm just curious, like, I think I was on the right path with, like, you know, stunning it, try and just lower its level. Super repels. Yeah. Oh, I finally finished Pokemon. Not done. This might be useful. Counter. Okay, let's see. Alright, my buddy's going to trade me his Bouffalant for my Boldore. Come on, Boldore. I love you, Boldore. Collect them all, huh? Boldore evolves at level 40 in this ROM hack. Capture Pokemon are registered with an ID or OT. I caught it. Yeah. You can identify Pokemon you got by trades by their ID numbers. Well, and also that's good to know that, like, trade Pokemon are just evolving at level 40. I'm getting a Pokédoll for my girlfriend. Let's go ahead and buy... I don't know if we need Leaf Stone for Zebra. We'll find out. I heard something useful. You can run from wild Pokemon by distracting with the Pokédoll. I'm not really going to use it for that reason. Well, sort of. Buy the soda. My sister is a trainer, believe it or not, but she's also immature, so she drives me nuts. I'm thirsty. I want something to drink. Give her a drink? Yes. Yay, fresh water. Thank you. You can have this for me. Ice Beam. You can freeze this at the target sometimes. Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, shit. Ice Beam's really useful. Probably have to like give her the other stuff, like get Flame Thrower and Thunderbolt or Thunder. Ice Beam's pretty dope though. Oh yeah, Darumaka. Well, wait a second. Let me give this over here real quick. Oh, buddy, I'm parched, huh? Can I have this drink? Gee, thanks. If you want to go so far as here, you can go on, though. I'll share this with the other guards. Alright. Bribe the guard. Let's go. Now... I should have switched. Oh, hey. Actually, we can take Deerling on. With Joltik, or at least weaken it to the point. Nah, I should have done that second one. I think I probably knocked it out. Barely, almost. Got this. Come on! Why are you being so cruel to me? Deerling. The color of their fur changes to match the grass. When they sense danger, they hide away. What? Oh. Alright. Oh, no! Alright, just hopefully we can just poison it out of the way. Alright, maybe this isn't going to go my... Ooh! Oh, it went my way. It shouldn't have, but it went my way. Alright, let's head back, heal, and then... I guess... I don't know, should we try taking on that legendary? Like, we have to capture it, right? Like, there has to be a way. Unless they like somehow made them like roaming Pokemon, which would be an interesting trait to this ROM hack. It's a pamphlet on TMs. There are 50 TMs in all. There are also 5 HMs that are used repeatedly. Alright, but what about this stupid Pokemon? Coliseum. Yeah, but is there a book on how to capture this damn legendary? I wish it would have just like let me know here. Alright, I'll try again. Paralyze. Yeah. Go here, Supersonic. Growl. Yes. No! Must keep... Yes! Keep him confused and power and paralysis. Growl. Still got a crit on me. Send our bird boy out. Just keep stacking. Like, do I have to... No! That is... That is so disappointing. Just like, well, let's try this. Oh. I mean, that could be one reason why I was missing earlier. For some reason, the game was just like, letting me get away with it. Alright, change box. That's right. I caught a deerling in between. Yeah, I called that deerling. I just realized. I was like, what did I do differently? Deerling. We caught deerling. So, that's why I wasn't... So, that box was just full. Alright. Yeah, we're still just going... Paralysis, Joltik... Warning, beware of Pokemon. I'm glad it's a well-known problem. Oh, what a screech. Oh, it doesn't. Well, leech life, I guess. We're going to inch our way back from death. This is the Joltik story. Use you to growl. Well, supersonic. And growl. Just growl. Don't worry about anything else, just growl. Just growl like your life depends on it. Simple. Just making sure this guy just can't hit anyone when he does. Yeah, okay. He's like down to like 3. 5. Okay, okay. I already knocked it to the lowest possible. Just we're just going to stick to double attack or quick attack for now. Just try to just take inch by inch. Actually, start. Great ball. So what? So do I? I'm about to just like look up, so I'm just not wasting Pokeballs. I gotta look into this. I'm sorry. It's like, are we just going to toss Pokeballs into the air? Because I can't remember if I caught any or not last time I played this. Oh man, I feel dumb for not like knowing what this could be. I gotta see this. Huh. Or maybe just not yet? Maybe this is just a... I gotta do this later situation? Like, I would think, like, I don't know, I've ran into all three of the legend of them at this point. Hmm. Okay, I'm just kind of stumped. Alright. We're going to just have to come back and attempt that with more information. I'm not sure what I'm missing to capture them. But yeah, I guess I'll just have to maybe like keep asking in this building. Let's see, is there any items over here also? Could have sworn there was an item right here. Maybe it's down below. One thing you can't get confused with. Also, we're about to run into the rocket slots, which I'm not. I'm kind of looking forward to, but I'm kind of not. Keep out Team Rocket's way. Also, I just realized our dragon is oh no! Our dragon's locked behind the slots. Oh, fuck me. Whoever took Dratini's place is locked behind there. Go ahead, laugh. I'm flat out busted. No more slots for me. I'm going straight. Here, I won't be needing this anymore. Munch. Man, at this table lost its all at the slots. Psst, there's a basement under the game corner. Alright, thanks. Don't touch the poster at the game corner. There's no secret switch behind it. Chief, we just shipped 2,000 Pokemon as slot prizes. Hehehe, the slots are just real in the dough big time. Alright. All this crime and activities. I'm on vacation with my brother and my boyfriend. Celadon's such a pretty city. I bet that boyfriend's really pissed. My sis brought me along on this vacation. Why did she bring her brother? Yeah! Pokemon, no. This is a hotel for people. We're full up. It's like, god damn it, I'm trying to get laid here. Oh, fuck me. And no more rooms. Alright. What items do we even have? I know about Great Balls, but like... Oh yeah, we picked up that nugget, we got... Yeah, okay. Man, we got quite a bit. And we also got Ice Beam. I forgot about that one too. Deposit... Let's see... Moonstone... Item Finder... Maxilither. Go ahead, put the Pokédolls up for now. Go in here real quick. Well, forget about the PP for now. Let's sell this item and... or sell this nugget and... try our hands at the fucking slots, I guess. Or we could just maybe buy our coins? Like, is it possible? I don't know. We'll see. I hope it's not Haxorus behind the paywall. I really hope it's not Haxorus behind the paywall. Because that would mean we would need 2 of them. Oh, god damn it. And we got a Durant we're probably going to need. Yeah. Well, maybe, I don't know. Adenito, we can live without, but yeah, we need that Axe Wound. We need 2 of them. Okay. And we... God damn it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, we're gonna need 2 Axu. I don't know. Let's grab our coins. What's up? Want some coins? Darn, I need more coins for the Pokemon I want. Hey, where are you? You're throwing me off. Here are some coins. Shoot. Now, if someone knows what the lucky slot is here, because apparently there is a lucky slot in this game. Hey, you have better things to do, champ making. Celadon City uses grass type. She might appear docile, but don't be fooled. Oh, I didn't realize he's been in here gambling. That's goofy. I'm having a wonderful time. Keep this quiet. It's rumored that this place is run by Team Rocket. I don't give a fuck. Kiddo, what do you want? I think these machines have different odds. Alrighty. I don't know what the machine people say to use is. Did I talk to this guy? It's easy to get hooked. To video games. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Is it the bottom right? Will I get icon just every time I... Yeah. Should not. Oh, hey, 15. One. God damn it! I keep like Xing out when I just like I want to just put less money in. Let's try this bottom left one. I keep wanting to do one, but I keep forgetting to ask how much you want to bet. Alright, this is a bad one. Oh no. Oh my god. This is all a scam. No, we gotta line up, woohoo. That's one. And we lost all the money we won. We've already lost it. Alright, nope. Not that one. Oh my god. I guess I gotta learn this one way or the other, right? Because I gotta learn this for the non-ROM hack. That's two in a row. Yeah. Or like 4 in a row without a win. 5. 6. 7? Alright. Thought we like found it. The mystical odds. Alright, we're 50-50 here. One out of 3, or 1 out of 4. 1 out of 5. 1 out of 6. 1 out of 7. 1 out of 8. I get 2 out of 9. 3 out of 10. Making some of it back. Oh. Alright. Go. Go. Ah, must gamble. Must gamble it all away. Oh my god, come on. Oh wow. Hey, we got 100 coins. Go. Oh, come on. This game literally taught me why gambling's not good. Okay. We haven't got a single one. Let's also save, so like if we start really losing all of our coins, we'll just reset. Oh boy. Come on. NDK needs new Pokemans. We got 1, 2. Ah. 3. Okay, we got a 3rd one. Got a 4th. Fifth. 6. Oh my god. This is the most I've won in one of these. This is absurd. This is absurd. I just wonder why this machine has, like, the luck. And here, and also, man, this is gonna take a minute, huh? Oh, never mind. Look at us climb. Oh man, are we losing it? Yeah, we're losing it. Oh no. We lost our luck somewhere along the way. Still though. Oh wait, no. Let's exit. Now enter. Try again. Apparently, like, from what I read, like, your luck will reset at some point. So, like, and the only way to, like, unreset it is, entering in and out of the building. Who knows how true that is. But I did just go from, like, 200 coins to, like, 1,000. So something's up with this machine. Alright, we haven't hit anything. Exit. Enter. Gamble! Nothing. 6. 7. Alright, 1. 8. 9 out of 1. Or 1 out of 10 now. Alright. Let's try. We got another one. No, it doesn't seem like this is a good one. Alright. Do I want to gamble? Alright. We already got 1. The first 3 pulls. Boop. Jack, you ready to gamble? You ready to put your life on the line? You ready to go above and beyond? Look at me, Jack. Look at me, Jack. I'm gambling and I'm having a great time. I'm having the greatest time of my life. Ah! We talked about this on an episode of the Stardew podcast or something. Yes, we did. Look, Jack, just because I have not won 1,000 coin in a minute doesn't mean gambling's a scam. Alright? It's just a game of skill and chance, like any other video games. You know, like League of Legends, gambling's also just as intricate and complex in the meta. Alright. Oh, okay, the RNG is just not with us. Joke's on you, Jack. We haven't spent 1,000 in in-game money. We haven't even spent any in-game money because I've just been going around picking change off the floor like a noob. Alright. We resetted everything. Go. First go. Let's go. Rolling high. Oh, you know, we're 1 out of 3. Don't worry. Or 1 out of 4. You know, the odds are still good. You know, boom. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5. Let's go. Alright, we're 2 out of 11. Or 2 out of 6. 2 out of 7. 2 out of 7. Alright, come on. 2 out of 8. 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 2 out of 9. 2 out of 9. 2 out of 9. 2 out of 9. 2 out of 9, 2 out of 9, 2 out of 10, 2 out of 10. Ah, okay. It's bad RNG. You know, just gotta like shake the RNG off of ya. Not bad RNG. Look, 1. Look, Jack, we got it. Look, what do you say to that now, huh? First roll. Alright, 1 out of 2. We're 1 out of 2. We're 1 out of 3. We're 1 out of 3. We're 1 out of 3. We're 1 out of 4. 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 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4. 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5. Okay, we're 1 out of 5. We're 1 out of 5. 1 out of 6. 1 out of 6. We're 1 out of 6. We're 1 out of 6. We're 1 out of 6. 1 out of 7. 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 Alright, we got 15. There we go. Cool. Cool. Building ourselves back up. You should slowly but surely. Ah, okay. Yeah, bad RNG. Let's just walk in and out, and in and out. You know, reset our RNG. You know. You know, this is how the pros do it, Jack. This is how the pros out there do it. Alright, we're 0 out of 3, but it's okay. Because it's going to change around now. And by that I mean we're 5 out of 0. 0 out of 5. 6 out of 0 out of 6. 7 pulls and no matches. Oh, okay. Speedrun how to lose it all fast as possible. How to go bankrupt. Alright, 1 out of 2. 2 out of 4. Alright. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 6. 2 out of 7. Ooh. 3 out of 8. Ooh. 4 out of 9. 4 out of 11. 4 out of 12. Oh, I thought this was gonna be it. Oh, I thought this was gonna be I thought this was gonna be like another like huge jackpot one. Oh. Can we turn this around? Can we turn this around? You know, it's just a matter of time until we hit the big one, baby. We did hit bar, like, not that long ago. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! 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 Jack, this is what you call up. Roo! Welcome back. I need your help. Oh, whoa! We got bar. Let's go! 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 Let's go! We're winning! Rue, Jack was sitting here telling me gambling's bad. But look how much money I have made. Guess what? We need a lot of Pokemon for our Haxorus. Or we're going to need quite a bit of coin for all the Pokemon we need. Oh, come on. Come on. go up. The numbers must go up. The numbers must go up. Yeah, look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. They're going up. They're going up. No. I mean, I'm speeding up. But I think I found the slot that everyone was talking about. Yeah, I found the good machine. Whew. Oh boy. Have a root beer instead. Oh yes, that's the one. Oh, it feels good. It feels good. I spent my whole childhood not being able to conquer that stupid thing and just having like actually spend money on my Pokemon. Alright, we got a lot of Pokemon to buy. And this is probably going to be the only place we get Durant, right? So yeah, we need to grab this guy now. Let's go ahead and just get Durant. I don't think we need Durant for anything, but I'll just rather have him now. Put him... We're going to go ahead and also make this the Hax... Oh, you're not. Yeah, we're going to make this guy the Haxorus. And the other guy just the second stage one we can bring into battle. Well, and that's if we want to train up another one. I guess we could go on without it. And plus I would have to just be fucking hitting cancel evolution like every 2 minutes. Let's check who over here. That's the Abra. Who are you? Chubachu. The Ice Bear? Oh, we need him. We're going to definitely need him then. Thank you, Rue. Yeah, we're going to definitely need him for probably the weirdest and probably the hardest fight, which is going to be the Ice team against Blaine's Fire team. That's going to be the hardest challenge in this whole fucking game. But we'll see how it goes. Alright, Joltik. God damn it. Yeah, 2 of them are ice types. It's the bear and crypt, the icicle or a snowflake looking one. I'm trying to think of who do I need. Man, there's like some Pokemon that I do need to keep. I guess just put you in the back for now. Keep working on Blitzsteel. Yeah, then there's a third one. I can't remember who the third one is. I know it says so in the achievement set. Alright. Yeah, that fight's going to be rough. That's going to be the rough fight, I think, out of the whole run. Is when we get there and try to take him on. I'm guarding this poster. Go away or else. Thunderwave. What? No, I haven't yet. Just because my guys don't seem anywhere level enough for them yet. Or it doesn't seem so. Damn it. Yeah, we got the horse to evolve. Supersonic. What do you mean it failed? I shot. God damn it. Be a bubble beam. Yeah, so taking out Team Rocket in the meantime's probably going to be the, you know, best use of our time. All right. Woobat, Rue's favorite Pokemon in this whole set. She's happy that Woobat is taking place of the mighty Zubat, as we all know. Damn that Woobat. Damn it to heck. Damn it to heck. Oh. No. Yes. Let's go. Dang. Our hideout might be discovered. I better tell boss. Hey, a switch behind the poster. Let's push it. Oh, look, a door. Whoa. Even more coins. Alright, let's heal. And yeah, we got a couple Pokemon. We got a bunch of Pokemon we need to train up. But it seems like we're going to be at least like even footing with Rocket throughout here. So we got that going for us. Anything else here? The music. Who are you? How did you get here? I mean, did you not see your buddy just like run? Oh, god damn. Yep, just keep putting up your screen, please. Yeah, wait till it doesn't have a evolve form. Also, we just haven't seen yet. Okay. Yeah, I figure that's even going to be more cursed. Hurry yourself in confusion. Can't believe we have to go into battle with a fucking Joltik. Like, somehow this Joltik's gonna... Well, I guess we can poison. I guess we could do a lot of, like... I mean, we have Thunder Wave. I mean, so does the horse. You broke into our operation. Let's see. Temple. Alright, so we just supersonic. Growl. Growl some more. Just keep on growling. It uses Bide, so we're just gonna confuse it again. Growl at it some more, I guess, until it unleashes. And then one shot. Oh, I was hoping it would do more. Oh shit. And he goes into Bide. Let's go. It's like, I'll show you. I'm going to put you to sleep and then beat you up. Oh, that's his only attack move, I think. That's kind of funny. It's like forever just to like barely do shit. Alright, we're just finishing off with this one. Watch Hog, yes. Just switch. Oh, got the boy, got the sleepy, got the drill boy. Damn you. Oh shit, you had. Oh yeah, that is its only. Okay, that's funny. Okay, we're not doing this. We're not doing that. Confusion and. Oh, come on, really? Oh. Okay, I was gonna be so mad if it like unleashed that turn. Burnt! What? Tempold is evolving. Let's go. We got our own ugly son of a bitch. Look how ugly it is. Alright, let's keep on going. We got a lot of... Thank goodness we don't have to do any like special fights here. But we do have a lot of fights. Sucks is I don't think we're going to run into like pie doves or things that Blitz here is going to be good at handling. No, okay, never mind. We got Woobats. Totally forgot about the Woobats being bully. Funny enough, we're not going to have a fire type going into Elite Four, I think. If I remember correctly. I can't think of like what fire type there even is. I mean, I could have brought this, like, I guess like if I would have chosen a fire type, I could have got the Simi. Yeah. Then would have ended up with like the Samurai Pokemon as my starter. I didn't even check if I did get Wing Attack off. Trubbish. Blitz, get out there. We're gonna use Thunder Wave. And hopefully just quick attacks will be enough. Damn, three times in a row, paralysis. That's very unfortunate. Woobat, no. Let's get rid of it in 2 turns. Thank you, thank you. Blitzel. Now stay out here. At least for the experience. Drillbur. Dig. Alright. Just beat the shit out of it. Who cares? It's like, I'm going to counter you. I surrender. Thought Team Rocket never surrenders. You coward. Oh god. You know what? This brings back so many memories. Good thing we can just like fast forward if we need to. Just like getting on that just was like, oh my god, I haven't done this in years. God, we're gonna have a ton of stuff to also dump back upstairs. Go through this weird S shape. I can't remember. There has to be something over here. Might as well check. Yep. Alright, down here. Grab super potion. Alright, now let's just fast the fuck forward through a lot of this. Get to where we actually need to go. Yeah, I think we need to go actually down here. Fight me, coward. Why did you come here? That's a good question, honestly. It's not like Oak told us to come here and fight Team Rocket. Or did he? According to Rocket Edition, yes. That's exactly what happened. Like, it's not just Rocket Edition, that's just fan theories in general. Last time didn't affect, so does it just have a... No? No, it's already paralyzed, but... didn't want to get hit. Oh, this one has bite. Switch. Or maybe... Okay, I think we can take him out. Yeah. Good job, Blitzel. Little pup. Thunder Wave. Yeah, let's send Drillbur out, actually. Just gotta dig. Yes. Sanji sent out Joltik. Thunder Wave. Oh, sweet. Now we just dump it full of acid. More acid, Joltik. This won't do. Let's go ahead and use some items. Goddamn. How much does this heal? Oh, fuck, it doesn't tell me how much it heals. Splitzel. 50, okay. I guess we can always use escape rope in here if we need to. Horn drill. Go ahead, you teach it to this motherfucker. Ugh. That would be something. Ice beam. Counter. I don't really have anybody slow. Tanky like that. Teleport. God, no. Thunderbolts. Not to anyone I want to give it to, or won't learn it already. Alright, let's get a save. Hyper potion. Go ahead and use that. What is that, 100? Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! This one job is just to be the human siren. Oh, Pharaoh Seed! I totally forgot. This set of Pokemon are in here. Oh, I don't have any fire types. That's gonna be an issue. Alright. Joltik. Acid. Oh, what? It's grass and metal. At least I can heal myself and do damage to it. But yeah, Ferroseed and Ferrothorn is going to be a problem later if we don't get a fire coverage move on someone. You know, I guess it's just easy as like giving that girl a soda. Hopefully. I hope. Fungoose. The other... You know, Fungoose doesn't get as much hate as like... Vanilli. Not saying like they both deserve it, but I'm just like, I always see so much more hate for Vanilli than Fungoose or Mungoose. Get out of here. Nah, we hear sweeping. We're sweeping with our little electric spider. Okay, maybe we're not. Come on, get the Thunder Wave up. Thunder Wave off. Yes. I like Trubbish. Yeah, Trubbish's design's pretty good here. It definitely did not get butchered. Oh god, this, I mean, it's not too bad. It is weird looking. I know, right? It's like, I see it, and I won't say it's the worst one we've seen. Which means it's not the best one we've seen. Oh, how silly of me. We need a key. Can you reach the boss? I mean, you really shouldn't be encouraging me. I'll go. Okay, we'll go down here first. Sunmail and Team Rocket's affairs! Alright. I mean, you know, I am just, you know, a kid just wandering around in a... what is essentially a, like, underground mafia's, like, base. But then again, it's they can't stop me. You know, which is a indictment on them and their organization. That also gets covered in Team Rocket Edition. I also forget. Thunderwave. Ugh. Just hate that I just start wasting Thunderwave. Just so I can hopefully see them use Bide. Quick attack. Oh, come on. Oh no. Shit. I'm confused, paralyzed, and asleep. Well, not paralyzed. What am I saying? Drill goes burr. Drill goes burr. God damn it. Oh, god damn it, you got 2 layers on. I'm hoping Drillbird's... Okay, I thought so. I was hoping Drillbird's dig was strong enough to take it all out. Yeah, because we're statused. 2 layers of sand. Oh man, this back sprite is just bad. It just looks like a bunch of circles. Like, I don't know why, but it makes me think of Politoed's back sprite. Oof, take it down. Like, they like try to like mutate Politoed's sprite the best they could, which is probably what happened. Do I mean, if I could give it to a pheasant. But I'd rather give it to... I'd rather keep drugging up our cat. Alright, let's check out TM2 real quick. Oh, Razorwind. Well, I mean, yeah, why not? Alright. The elevator doesn't work. Who has the lift key? I don't know. I don't have the faintest idea who may or may not have the lift key around here. Vanilla Light! Oh, fuck. My sleeping horse. Oh, why? Oh yeah, that's right. Your internet was gone when we first ran into Vanilla Light. And the mouth that totally does not look like a penis. No, we'll stay out here. It's got fangs. Oh, those are supposed to be fangs. Oh, okay. It just looks like a messed up smile. Let's go. Yeah, no, Gothita is cool. Which we also gotta catch 2 of them. Because we gotta get 1 for trading. Oh no, I dropped the lift key. Oh no, how could I drop the lift key? Damn you. And a rare candy. We're just giving it to the dragon. Oh wow, it already has a 42 attack? It's not even level 20, it has a 42 attack. We got word from Osiris that you were coming. Who was it that like was saying like Timber looks like they're about to fuck? No. Timber Blitz. Oh, that's a 2-turn move. Yeah, no, they're yeah. Well, who out of the 2 dragons in this, who has the better special stat? Let's see. Check out this TM. Double edge. Nah. Oh no, I mean well, I meant like a Gen 5. I know that's a... Actually, I got an escape rope. I could just use. Sprite got a little funky there for a second. I was just curious, just because, like, you know, the special stat here is split, or I mean, it's one stat. So I was just like kind of curious of like who would have like a better advantage, I guess, in that department. Doesn't really change anything. Oh, okay, okay. It's only 2. Let's see. Let's bring around Titty Cat real quick so we can give it drugs. Oh, shit, Titty Cat's in the other box. Fuck. Fun. Charizard, if you count him as a dragon. I mean, technically he can become a dragon at some point, yeah. You know, down the generation line, Charizard does become a dragon. Alright, give Titty Cat more drugs. And we still need to grab, I didn't grab the HP up, this non-die or reset file. Let's grab that real quick. No. No. General 1 higher shares a special and dragons already resist elemental. Oh! Okay. Already resist elemental attacks. I see. So, it's not. Oh, PP up. It's not HP up. Well, still, we can still give it to Liepard. Body slam. Well, good thing we have Ice Beam on. Good thing. I guess I could teach Pimpor Ice Beam. That probably wouldn't. That'd probably be the strat there, right? Or Semi-Pour when we get to, or Semi-Pour when we get there. Yeah, teach Semi-Pour Ice Beam. Go ahead, get that. It's all started. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. I went a little too trigger happy. Let's see. All right. Wait, I wanted to go to 2 real quick. Alright, just wanted to make sure. Anything we left there? Who do I want to start with? No, I guess we're bringing. Well, I mean, I really should just change your name to Titty Cat at this point. Or Iron! Feed Iron to Titty Cat. I know you. You run our plans at Mount Moon. Sandile. Alright, we'll just switch. Already. And hopefully Bubble Beam our way to victory. Not too much of a fuss. Purloin. Pretty sure Joltik could take on Purloin. Yeah, we did. Watch this. Ruins plans for... Oh... Rue with the puns. Ooh. Oh, keep sucking the life out of that cat. Yeah. Kurokokoko. Yeah, we ain't taking that with Joltik. Send Palapitoad just to hopefully take it out. It's just a lump from the back, like a lump with like 3 sprites to help make it look like it has like hair. How can you not see the beauty of our evil? Thunder Wave. Now Leech Life. Yeah, Leech Life our way to back to health. We also just see free XP. Very, very true. My part, oh look, it's a titty cat. But not our titty cat. Alright, grab all our health again. Come on. Oh, I have 2 of it left. Yeah. Oh. Just throw acid. Boy, if I thought the other move was inaccurate. pure battle of volition right there. Ay, ay, ay. Saving, saving. Yeah, we'll send out Zoltik first. So, I must say, I am impressed you got here. Drill burr. Drill goes burr. Drill goes burr. Oh shit, I didn't bring out. Oh man. Oh, that sucks. I didn't bring out my bird. Not very effective, my butt. How's the game going? It's good. We've been just training like a bunch of different Pokemon, trying to catch everyone up to level. Just switching our team around and looking at some ugly ass Pokemon. That boy's cute. Like in the terms of this game, that Pokemon got a nice sprite. No, we're just going to just try to wipe. Ooh. Ah, rip. Oh well. It's not the end of the world. Still got our boy. Now our Drillbur will drill Ember. Drill Ember. Drill Ember. Bouffalunt. Bouffalant. Look at that. Look at that sprite there. Look at that sprite. Head charge. Ooh. Thunder Wave. Quick attack it. This is gonna hurt. Come on, Blitzel. Oh no. Alright. I don't really want to switch to Titty Cat. So let's switch to our Dragon in training. Horn attack. Shoot out speed it too? What? Oh, you're a glass cannon though. Still. You outsped it. What? This cannot be. I see that you raise your Pokemon with the utmost care. A child like you would never understand what I hope to achieve. I shall step aside this time. I hope we meet again. Alrighty. Boss, I'm sorry I failed you. Do you have something against Team Rocket? Did I get the item over here? Yeah, it was the iron. Alrighty. Let's head up to the first floor. Heal. Oop. Are you lost, you little rat? Oh, it's just Titty Cat. Titty Cat versus the world. Sand attack. Sand attack. Sand attack. Maybe body slam. Oh, that was the crit. Oh, we got the we got the paralysis with it. That's goofy. All right, vanilla light. We can't switch. That's supposed to be a fang. It looks like a smile, and that's like being generous. Why? It was like, yeah, here have a crit and some paralysis. Sure. Yeah. Oh, I think that's the third Pokemon, Rue. We're actually now thinking about that is the third ice Pokemon we need. So, yeah, we're gonna have a fun time doing that. Oh, wait. That's just rude. Hey, it's a challenge. We gotta deposit at least one Pokemon for now. Yeah. Shit. Oh, no, we haven't switched boxes yet, so... Who... Oh, yeah. No. Before we do that, we're putting that part in the other box. All right, deposit. Bring Swaloon because of cut. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll just deposit. Honestly, we should just sell some of these TMs at this point. Let me go and sell the nugget real quick. And then, yeah, we're going to take a quick break. Well, take a 3-minute break. Go ahead and go grab water, stretch. Make sure Sammy and Zeus have food. I know it's about that time for them. Let's see. Yeah, all right, let's go grab shit, man. Yeah, that's the problem with you're right, Ruth. The item management here is brutal. Like, I'm just like trying to think of like, okay, let me go ahead and get Panpour out so I can give it the Ice Beam so I don't accidentally like sell that or throw that away. And I'm like trying to think of who maybe I can give. No, I can't. We'll see. Yeah, we'll grab Panpour. Yes. Actually, Leer. Yeah, we need to get rid of Leer at this point. As much as Leer's, like, been fun. Yeah, utility. We also have other mons doing, like, Screech now. We need just, so we can sell that. We can sell that. We can't sell that. Blitz. Well, actually, not Blitzel. Shit. Fuck. Blitzel's not even at the right level yet. Wow. Damn. Okay, we still got a little bit of training now. You mentioned it. Yeah, I brought. Oh yeah, we gotta go put Pampor back in. Yeah, put Pampor back in and bring out Swalloon. Shit! That means also we gotta teach. Wait! God damn it. Oh man, that's what that means. We gotta teach one of those motherfuckers cut. Yeah, there's no way around it, right? No, that's it. Just Joltik and Zepstrike. Mega Punch will sell. Whirlwind will sell. Dig will sell. Not every time. So sometimes, yeah, this is gonna be one where we don't get that luxury, unfortunately. Alright. So yeah, yeah, before we hurt our mons by teaching cut to one of them, I guess. Let's head over. Well, shit. Let me do that break real quick, because I do want to stretch and check on the cats. So let's get to the gym. Honestly, this is honestly where I should start buying also potions. Or bringing potions into gyms. And revives. Because... what, the last one? Yeah, we have 4 trainers to fight in a row without leaving. So... and I should probably bring Tranquil just... in case as well. Or at least, like, till we get into Erica's, you know, thing. So yeah, we got a couple of different things we need to think about. At least it lets me, like, you know, fight all of her trainees and then fight... and then do the Erica fights, you know, second, right? Like, it doesn't make me do them back to back. Allows me, like, go and fuck around with my team. Yeah, Drillbird. Drillbird, you're out. Who else can we pull out for this fight? Pampor. I mean, Pampor is ice, honestly. Ice beam, so actually probably would be good now. Let's bring Swalloon. Alright. Yeah, so in Erica's gym, we'll try to... And I guess, like, worst comes to worst, we can always go to, Lavender City and do that stuff first if we really want. 27? Alright. It's not too bad. But it is a little annoying. Hey, this gym's great. It's full of women. Alright. Yeah, that's true. I could just go on Recycling Road as well. Alright. Alright, let's take a quick break. Ooh. Oh. 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 Yeah. Alright. Definitely grab more weed. Definitely give me a lot more water. And we'll be back, y'all. We're gonna take a 3+ minute break. Feel free to chill, vibe. Check your emails. Message people. And yeah, I'll be right back.
Nefos.
Alrighty. Oh shit, did I disconnect? Guess I disconnected, it says welcome back to chat room. Well shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Koos with the raid. Oh my god. Raiders. Welcome. How you all? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, Undercode. Welcome. Let me give
House rated with
Koos
38 viewers.
a shout out. If you don't know Koos already, Koos is a PS2 challenge runner or player. Plays a lot of PS2 games, all on real hardware, all chosen by the community at random, and sometimes for the memes. How's the Pokemans? The Pokemans are going chill. We just got done with Team Rocket's hideout, so we're now about to enter into Erica's gym. And welcome everyone. I'm not Don Knotts. I'm a variety streamer. I've been lately getting to retro achievements and ROM hacks. So right now we're playing Pokemon Unova Red, which is a ROM hack of Red, but with the Unova Pokemon for Gen 5. So we got the Spider, we got Palipitoad, you know, we got our little Dragon Boy who will turn to Haxorus soon. Well, soon as in like 30 levels, 40. Blitzel, which we actually need to still get leveled up. Swadaloon, yeah, whatever. And yeah, it's just a really cool ROM hack of just replacing all of Gen 1's Pokemon with Gen 5's. It's just a pretty unique way of just experiencing this. And what's also unique about this is I'm trying to get all the achievements for this in the retroachievements.org. And we're beginning one right now where I can't leave this gym until I beat all of Erica's trainers. And hopefully along the way we get our Blitzel level up to where we need to be. Koos, how was Richard Burns' rally? I was really stopping. I really just wanted to call it the other thing. I just really wanted to call it Dick Burns rally. It's hard. I wasn't hoping that for you, but hey, it's a simulation game, and I highly recommend anyone who's watching him on channel who has not followed Koos to join Koos and watch him as he goes through the PS2 library. It's a good kind of hard. I mean, no, I believe it. Like, it seems like one of those, you know, like, you just gotta get into the deep nitty gritty of it, the mechanics of it all, right? Like, learning about all the nuances to the turning and such. Swaloon, no. Yeah, and I don't think a wheel is going to change that for you, as much as we like to meme about it. A wheel would be great, but I feel like if you don't buy a proper wheel, it's also pointless. Oh, that's not going great. So with Erica herself, we have a couple of challenges we need to get ready for. And that is, gotta get Blitzel here to evolve. To, what was it, Blast Strika? Or I forgot the second evolved form. But we need to get him evolved. And then Joltik here, we do not need to evolve. But we can get to like 29. Zepstrike, thank you so much. Time to change to cockpit view manual transmission. Yes, that's exactly what we need. We need Koos just to like become a hardcore sim streamer, but only on PS2 games. Only on PS2 games, Koos will like spend the extra dough. Yeah, we just need to send like a Koos racing helmet just to wear on stream. just during all those racing sims, just have it on hand. That's what I've always heard of Hively. I've always heard of that, like cockpit view actually helps with like paying attention with turns and things like that. I always just see that giant fucking bar that's right there, and like, yeah, man, it fucks with me. Maybe I should. Look, you know your whole community will be right behind you to getting you a racing helmet. And then like get it customized with like fake Pepsi Max sponsors. Ah, that makes a lot of sense actually. I think it's because you don't feel it as lagged behind the car. That actually makes quite a bit of sense when you put it that way, because you do have a lot more you know, less like you said, input lag or lag in general versus just being up front. It's hard to start to learn where your car is at, but you see how the car is reacting faster. That's something I need to know. Something I'd like to know. Aw, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated.
Lively26 has trouble on their mind. Thank you for the follow.
We just got done with like a car game not so long ago, Car Battler Joe, where we were just going around. It wasn't a racing game. It's nowhere near a sim game at all. But it was just a little goofy car game where you just went around and fought other cars. And it just felt like a anime Twisted Metal in a sense, but with like custom robo. A little bit of custom robo RPG elements, I guess. There is a bunch of like other racing games though on the PS or on the Game Boy Advance I do want to check out. I want to check out that fucking Simpsons Road Rage. That game looks like a trip in every sense of the word. We need Koos, other uncle. Stay Koos. Exactly, yeah, we just a new relative of Koos's shows up over. Yeah, there's not many like new releases that I get excited or optimistic about. You know, I just shrug my shoulder and move on. Like, no no need to put my time or energy in like hating it or going out expressing it. The best thing to hurt it is just to not even talk about it in some cases. Like, I forgot Star Wars Outlaws just came out, right? Sounds like a Ubisoft game from everything I've seen and read. So, you can count me out. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. No, like, I know some people like to say, like, older games didn't have problems back in the day, but there are some particular, you know, examples of, like, developers, like, working with the crashes. I think Rare had a game. I think someone can fact check me on this. Feel free fact check me on this, but I could have sworn Rare released a game, and there was like a 1 in like 600 chance or something like that of the game crashing like near the final encounter, and they didn't know how to fix it. So what they ended up doing was putting a little screen whenever the crash happened saying like, oh, the wizard got you this time, better luck next time. It's like, it's a weird, and it got past cert. That was the most important part. They were just trying to pass certification, or else, you know, a bunch of deadlines for fucking ruined and all that fun jazz that happens in the video game industries to this day. Plus, most of the brokenness added character instead of genuine breaking the game, for sure. Like, they're like, yeah, deadlines are always fun. I'm trying to think of other, like, weird examples. Like, I mean, Street Fighter is a good example, but I feel like Street Fighter over the years was more about, oh shit, I wasn't even paying attention what move it was using. I'm sorry. Okay, it's using Biden again. Oh, fuck me. I hear one of the Sonic games prevented crashes by going to bonus stages all the time. that sounds very plausible. That sounds plausible. Like, yeah, this is just like me trying to like half remember all my Did You Know video game videos, which I'm not sure how much of those have aged gracefully, if at all. I didn't bring any poison heal. We're just gonna have to let our spider friend die here. Well, yeah, I'd rather it die. We revive it without it having the poison stat on it. Look at my grass Pokemon. They're so easy to raise. I think there's a Bubble Bobble game that released on the DS that never prevented you from completing the game. That's a small one. And to be fair, you know, bugs like that, you know, like you say, well, in the past did not happen as often as sometimes they do now. But also, like, we get a shit ton of video game, well, not AAA games. AAA games definitely have died down since the 360 years. Like, when everyone was shooting to make their games AAA, it feels like. I'm sure sometimes bugs cause games to have extra features, like the bonus stages and also just entire movesets. And sometimes bugs become features. So it's a bit of a circle. I feel like game kind of went downhill since the 360 days. The 360 days just allowed a lot of weird things to happen. And I think it is a lot of weird combination of things. Like, so many studios still to this day think it's like you gotta put all your money into a game and graphics and all this and that and bigger and better and, you know, everything at once. And it just has dire consequences, as we have witnessed over the years. You know, we're on the second year of the video game industry of just people being laid off, like, left and right. Like, I'm pretty sure this year already beat last year's grand total. Speeds up. We got Stomp. Deerling. Fuck it. We'll send our little Dragon Boy out. Like, the 360 unlocked the most potential. Much further, and it's just newer, better graphics. Like, I wish... the thing I would argue about the 360 is, like, it didn't even, like, do frame rate well, which is something I actually care about, and I thought this generation was going to care about at first, but then it dropped. Then it fucking dropped. It felt like every game that went back to 30 frames a second, and thank goodness I didn't buy a PS5 or Xbox One. Or yeah, but still, it's just like wild to watch it all. Like, do shit like that. Like, I would love for that to hit. You know, I love, or at least give me the option to like switch from graphics to frame rate. I guess that's actually happening now that I said that out loud. I'm glad that I switched to PC after the 360. Oh, for sure. I've been meaning to do that switch, or like more. Oh, I shouldn't have switched out. More into it. Obviously, I'm on PC now. But I'm on the laptop. And I don't mind my Switch. I love my Switch, honestly. That thing has been with me through thick and thin. So I'm really happy with it. And I don't know, even the Switch 2 is just like... It's gonna be. I guess it's just going to be like carrying. I guess my own big concern is, can I carry my library over? You know, like that's my big concern with the Switch 2 or whatever the fuck they call it. Like, I would really, 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 really like to carry my shit over. All right, let's heal. Yeah, backwards compatibility is important to me if I were still on console. And honestly, it's like I'm glad the PS5 does have backwards compatibility, but the the Xbox One's 360 compatibility is honestly fucking insane. If I'm being honest, like the fact that they have games that are running, you heard it's pretty shoddy. See, I've heard like some games are just like really good. Like Zora's Wrath got a great performance boost. Ninja Gaiden Black like does really good. Like, I guess like some games I could definitely see, or just not getting supported, because I guess that's the other thing, right? They stopped support not that long ago, right? Or they announced like no more 360 games are going to be done. Oh shit, we already paralyzed. Alright, acid. Yeah, some were genuine upgrades, but there was a decent bit that wouldn't work, that would have been upset about. Always a little niche. Fair. Yeah, and the 360... And, you know, and sometimes we have to be real that, like, they ain't going to give a update to motherfucking Blood on the Sand. You know, or Death Smiles doesn't get the update to the other platform it deserves. what other niche 360 games are there that never got the update? That did Galgun get on 360? Am I insane? I know. I'm thinking that Omnius Galactica shooter, like where it's like the girls and you're just shooting, but it's like very risque, and like it was in that infamous Konami press conference. Everyone thinking I sound insane right now, but I just hope that Konami press conference at least like rung that in someone's head, going like, "Oh, okay." I'm happy Shadows of the Dam it's getting a re-release in general. Honestly, I'm just super happy like a lot of the Grasshopper games are getting re-released. I just hate that they're all physically being done by, or the physical copies are being done by limited run games. And it's like, well, there goes my chance. Just everyone seems like just be passing on physical copies to them, and I don't like that at all. Like, it just sucks. It just sucks that we're starting to get to this point where it's like, if you want a physical copy, even your big publishers are passing it off to like a very, limited number like sources, or very small batches. Like, I enjoy having my 360 copies. And like in the world of preservation, you're going to need both digital and physical to make sure the games survive the test of time. Yeah, because I never bothered with any LRG copy, but I sure hear about the delays. I remember being very questioning of when they started selling digital copies of games. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I have plenty of digital copies and plenty of digital games. And like, I am part of the problem. Like, I have sewn my bed, and I've in the past couple years just doing what I can to like, have physical copies of things. It helps that I've like settled down in life and I'm not like traveling, so that always helps a bit. There's some I wouldn't be able to play if they were digital. Yeah, like what, the Deadpool game? Isn't the Deadpool game gone already? Or even funner, it was available, delisted, relisted, and then delisted. And like, I kind of want to say I'm surprised that they didn't like try to bring it out for the latest movie again, like they did last time. Because that's the only reason it got even relisted was just because the Deadpool movie was coming out. I'm pretty sure. Ah, weirdness. Yikes. Let's see. I will say, like, at least like when I have bought from LRG, I've only gotten the games. So all the big box, I really hate their fucking big box stuff. I think that's a scam. Like the giant $200 collector, like I don't even understand where someone has the room to like house all that stuff. Like I understand just like having a physical copy of a game, and like I wanted my physical copies of the Persona series, so that's why I fucking bought bit the bullet, did it. But like, I can't help but wonder if like my copies will go bust one day. I will say, if you're interested in like getting physical copies of games, but you do not say want to just get from LRG, you can always look at PlayAsia and look at their like selection of stuff, and just make sure like you get one with the English language settings. There's like a lot, and also there's just a ton of cool like indie games that get dual carts or triple carts, or that's another thing that annoys me about like LRG is Maractus. What the fuck? What do you mean? It's just a cactus. I remember I had one of those disc binder things for my PS2 games. Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I had them for my DVD or my CDs as well. Like, and yeah, they're probably not the greatest. I mean, I don't know. Disc rot's gonna be disc rot's a real thing, right? Like, and that's something that like I don't think. I don't know. Is there a good way of preventing disc rot? Oh shit! They actually switch. Oh yeah, and that's what you know. I think some of the more hothead people here are like digital only or cloud, or you know, or just like this only or this only. It's like, no, you need both to keep them both going. It's yeah, just don't keep it up in the cloud. As long as you have a copy of it somehow, some way that you could theoretically take, you know. It's honestly why I started buying albums again instead of paying Spotify $12 a month. I've started buying like digital music or a physical album like once a month now, to just have it, you know, to just have have it in my collection. I can listen to this whenever, because I get so sick of Spotify pulling shit. Or sometimes you just can't find like particular covers because they just never like that. Or they just never like licenses expire, or copyright holders disagree. Alright, yeah, we got this. Just go. Personal, physical, digitally, cloud-based if possible. Because house fires. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it never hurts to be too prepared. Especially for, you know, real scenarios like that. Yeah, just throw mud on it. Shit. That, it hits like a truck. Oh, thank you. Okay, I thought we were going to be in real trouble here for a moment. Ah, feels like I'm being watched. Oh, splendid. Alrighty, so we completed... I didn't realize the tree spawns back after you cut it. Alright, so we completed the first challenge, which is beat all of Erica's trainers without leaving the gym. So we can leave the gym, go heal, and we're going to have to do something real dumb for a real hot moment. Yeah. As Rue says, we gotta get our zebra boy up one more level. And we should be able to take on the next part of the challenge. Which is go face Erica with only Zebstrike and Joltik. So, actually, let me heal my whole team first. Gen 1 jank, Gen 1 weirdness. Deposit. Gotta go back, grab Blitzsoul. Oh, shit, man. Man, that's stupid that we're going to have to teach one of these. Just because of how the challenge is set up. I mean, I guess we can always capture a Mon, you know, and release. No, we can't release it. Shoot. Man, we're going to have to teach the spider how to cut. That's dumb. Nothing's more annoying than, like, being forced to use HM moves. Alright. So we just need to do one thing, and that's level up, so... Forgive me, but we're going to just speed right by this. Get our little boy up. Come on now. Any moment now. Shh. Thank you. Just go ahead, heal. How many more? Just want the boy. Just want Zebstrike, baby. Oh, you're good. No worries. Thank you for the lurk. And thank you for the follow again. Thank you all who are just vibing and chilling. Much appreciated. Oh, shit. Go back, heal. Get this buddy. Honestly surprised Joltik doesn't evolve earlier. Because I honestly thought I'd be just like having to cancel out Joltik's evolution. For some reason I think it's 32 for Joltik. Wait, are we 20? Nope. Alrighty. So also in this challenge, we have to do two things in particular. Wait, he evolves at 36? Why? That's dumb. That's dumb. That's such a weak Pokemon to carry around that long. Like I'm in it for memes and whatnot, but like Slowbro, like at least like made much more sense. It paid off so much like better than what Joltik evolves into. which I think, if I know anything, it's Joltik's, I forgot Joltik's evolution form, but essentially just like, there we go. Finally. Shit! Oh my god, look at that fucking leg. That fucking leg's cursed. It's so cursed. Yeah, I forgot all about the leg too. Yeah, I gotta put it on set. Thank you, Rue. Much appreciated. So that's the second part of the challenge is we gotta play in set mode, which if you're not familiar with, it just means we cannot switch out Pokemon between, like, in the fight. Or at least in between, like, knocking out another. Oh, I forgot to grab Cut. Oh. Gotta go grab Cut. Gotta go teach it. Then gotta go put it back up. And we'll probably never. Yeah, we don't use it again. Yeah, we don't use it again after this. Or at least. Alright. Yes, teach Cut to Joltik. I guess I'm just getting rid of Leech Life. Being able to potentially knock someone's defenses down through acid is too valuable. That's my logic behind that. Alright, now that our stupid Joltik knows how to cut, we're ready to take on Erica. Also, we can't use items in battle, and we can't be over level 29. Alrighty. See, one save next to the pervert. Go to set mode. Hello, lovely weather, isn't it? It's so pleasant. Oh dear, I must have dozed off. Welcome. My name is Erica. I'm the leader of Celadon Gym. I teach the art of flowering arranging. Our Pokemon are the grass type. Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea that you wished to challenge me. Very well, but I shall not lose. So the little achievements down in the corner means I'm available to do the 2 achievements here. Go to Harden. Screech. This is gonna be such a dumb fight. I can already feel it. Alright, we got this. Just more acid. Alright, Joltik. Joltik withstood his own. Oh, slap. No. Yes. Abandon learning slash, yes. Unfortunately, we're not abandoning that here. Thunderwave's too good in this gen, and Screech is just going to help us set everyone up. Look at that motherfucker! What do you mean? He looks just fine, Rue. He looks great. Joltik! Joltik's just carrying the team. Oh! Sir with the long head. You know what? I've seen worse sprites. Flinched. Flinch! Oh my god, we got double flinch. Let's go. Oh, I can see defeat. You are remarkably strong. I must confer you the Rainbow Badge. Rainbow Badge will make Pokemon up to level 50 obey. It will also allow Pokemon to use strength in and out of battle. Please also take this with you. Giga Drain. Half the damage inflicted to Drain is to heal your Pokemon. Cool. Alrighty, well. You know, all this work with Joltik and Zebstrike. And now we say goodbye to both of them. Never to be seen, especially Zebstrike. For done with Zebstrike, Joltik's going to be pulled out when we need to complete the Pokédex. Now into the box forever, exactly. Yeah, we got like so many other mons to train and get ready for. God. Yeah, Koga's next. Oh boy, Koga's next. I'm like sighing because I'm like, oh, we got a couple of bonds. Oh, we gotta get. We got so many different dumb Pokemon to get leveled up. We got Drillbur to get level up. We gotta get. I need to double check Tranquil. Yeah, my Crocodile. You're right. Totally forgot. Yeah, we gotta get this guy up. Gotta get Drillbird. We gotta put up Zebstrike. And Drillbird. So it's Drillbird's the third. Shit. Send yeah, we gotta get our. Oh, we got so many Pokemon to get trained up. Alright. Might as well head to Lavender Town and finish that out, right? Just heal everyone, make sure we're all good. Alright, thank you. Pokemon Fight Fit, yeah. Yeah, we got 3. Yeah, and then we also got Sabrina's. I need to just look. Alright. Let me get another bowl ready. Let's see. All right. Unpheasant. Okay, so we still got a little bit of time, but not too much time. But it means also I should probably pull out Tranquil, get it to Unpheasant. Anyways, might as well, yeah. Put up our Dragon Boy for now. Oh god, there's going to be so much grinding. Good thing we can fast forward through the grinding. No, she's higher in level cap. It's Koga than Sabrina. Yeah, let's put our Dragon Boy up. Oh, shit. In this box. Did I already pull it? Yeah. Okay. Withdraw. Yeah, withdraw a little dragon. And also we got a bunch of Pokemon to catch too along the way. We still gotta capture like everything here. Oh, we already caught that guy. Shh. Well, we tried. Already did all this. What? That's so annoying. It's like, you gotta get off your bike in between those places. I know this guy gives us Psychic, so we should pick that up later. Also, do I have the scope? Yeah. Got on my bike and heading out. Alrighty. I don't even know who our rival's going to send out first. Let's just get in there. Find out together. I don't know if we're overpowered or underpowered. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're overpowered for this fight. Hey, NDK, what brings you here? Your Pokemon don't look dead. I can at least make them faint. Let's go, pal. I'm going to fucking make them look like they're dead, buddy. Buddy old Roo. Buddy old pal. Okay, maybe I should have sent my dragon out as the lead. Since he does no defense. Also, we're in range of this fight. Hey, Blue, how's your Raticate? How's your Raticate doing? Haven't seen from Raticate in a minute. Must be out on the farm. On the, you know, great Pokemon daycare farm. The big Pokemon daycare farm in the sky. Exactly, you know, the one where we all go to in the end. You know, to retire. You know, from our jobs in life. Oh shit, we're still in set mode. If anything, it's just like... Look, I don't know about you all, but I know when I die where I'm going. I still can't believe someone had the fucking nerve to tell me that. It's like, alright, buddy. Go have fun with your paranoid weed. Let's see. Get this. That's fine. Yeah, I get plum. Palpitoad. Super effective. Oh, whoa! What the fuck? Okay, This is a Rourke here. It's not stone or smug looking anymore. Thank you, Rue, for the hit. And ooh, yeah. Yeah, I noticed. I noticed this is not the... Oh shit. Oh fuck me. We're down to the... We're literally down to the B team. Or get more like D team here. You know, you got a point, Rue. He does look like he's smoking. Damn, we may lose our rival. Oh, we just gotta hope Horn Attack. Oh my god. Now I do. Like, I didn't until this very moment. Suck it, I can use the items during Gary's fights. It keeps on, like, raising the growth, and I keep thinking it's going to hit me with the fucking Razor Leaf or something. But no, it just keeps on getting its special attack and defense up. Oh, excuse me? What? You stinker! I took it easy on you. We fucking learned a 40 damage move. How's your Pokédex coming, pal? I just caught a Yamask. I can't find the grown-up Confiscatus anywhere. I doubt there are any left. Well, I better get going. I got a lot to accomplish, pal. Smell you later. Truly an iconic theme in video gaming. Let's see. Let's keep ourselves trucking. First heal up. Yeah, I totally forgot about Gen 1 rap until that very fucking moment. Where it's just like, you can't do shit. You can't do shit, kid. You can't do shit. Oh, we gotta get the Sandile all the way fucking evolved to 3 stages. Oh. I mean, this whole next part is just gonna be a giant grind. As we go from, you know, either the bike routes or, through the walkway on the right. Either way, we're going to have to do all those battles. Like, I just need the experience. Alright, Sandile is just going to wrap up this whole fucking place for me. Thank you. It's like, he's a dark type. Let's hope he has some dark type moves. Hey Jack, how you is? You're back from a laydown. I feel that. Be gone, evil spirit. I'm in immense pain. What's wrong? I hope you've seen a doctor. Did we talk about this on Sharks Chat yesterday? No, we weren't. No, I was at a show yesterday. Okay. No. Ugh. Yeah, Yeah, no, it's Sunday. Oh shit. We're, well, we have ground. But yeah, I'd definitely go see a doctor if you're still hurting. Like, that's fun facts. If you get hurt, you should go see a doctor. Fun facts from NDK. Let's see. Okay. You got a mask. Just go ahead and get sand. Oh, dumb. Just run. Let's switch to. Did it really just learn a 40 damaging move? But it's like when I felt the other day it messed up my bike and then I drove it down. Yes, gear slip and oof, it's a lot worse. Shoot. Yeah, just one thing after another. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better, and yeah, that's really rough luck. Rotten luck. Let's see. Yeah, that is definitely a 40. Oh, we got a Litwick. What? Elixir. HP up. Just all these items. Okay, so you still worked. So it's, I mean, it's still like, I would definitely go get that checked. Yes. Let's see. Let's just go throw this Pokeball. Do you want a Nick game? Nah. Can I just sneak by you and hit this heal pad up here? Bell with the hit. Thank you, Bell. Oh god. We're just running into like a ton of ghost types in here. Also, thank you for the hit, Bell. Much appreciated. But why can't you go after 2 p.m., Jack? Was it just because you have work, or, like, at some point? Let's see. Go ahead. You shall join us and take on everyone up here. Go ahead and get more weed ready. All right. More biting. What nightmare? I feel like there's an item up here. Maybe I'm the one going insane. Give me your soul. Bite? Okay. I wasn't sure if it was super effective or not against this guy. It's been a minute. Man, I keep getting $6,900. Pretty funny number if I say so myself. Let's see. Fighting our way through victory. Still gotta catch a shit ton of Pokemon in this place too. Now I'll say that out loud. Ha! Another nugget. Oh, you should have seen it earlier, Bill. I was scamming Team Rocket out of their casino. Like, I found the slot machine that gives you like the best luck of winning, and we just scammed the shit out of them. It felt good. Didn't have to spend a single dollar.
Team Rocket rule!
I know, but you should have seen how much money we were winning. Come on, it's from slots. If they didn't want me to win, they should have changed the odds even more. Yeah, I think of Giovanni's children like Silver. Why am I not, you know? Yeah, I mean, yeah, and yeah, he had Silver, and Silver's mom. I always forget her name. Starts with an A, right? But yeah, no. Look, Silver is about to move to Johto anyways, so doesn't need the food. He looks like he knows how to steal food off of the table, so I think he'll flourish over there. Does he canonically? Like, I know I'm memeing here. Oh, fuck me. I know I'm memeing over here, but like, does he canonically have a son? Oh, did not know. What? I didn't know that was canon. Has that always been canon? Where is the ghost? Like, have I just, like, overread it, I guess? Loa, Alcadius, welcome. I hope you is well. Thank you for stopping on by. Oh, you just finished a D&D session? Hell yeah. I hope it was a very nice one. a lot of progress was made. No one was a dick. And even if someone was a dick, at least it was like in good humor and in character. What real villain naming your child Silver? I know, right? Not even like couldn't have the decency of just naming him Gold. It's like at least like what? That's weird. It went good. The party got to meet this NPC I was waiting for them to get to for a long time. Whoa! Well, he's named Gold if you play Silver, lol. True. True. You know, I guess canonically, or whatever you want to do. Like, that, you know, however you like. But I guess we're just talking canonically. I guess now that just makes me wonder out loud, wait a second. Are all the pro tags technically their own, like, yeah, I guess that would make sense. Like, all the pro tags in each game are their own entities versus, you know, Ash. Has Ash actually, like, well, never mind, Ash. No. Okay, besides Yellow, which Yellow, you know, is supposed to be very like the anime. Like, have they, like, actually put in a character named Ash, like, in, like, say, like, the battle tournaments or whatnot? Like, that's the only place I could think of where they'd be. Like, I know we see red, blue, you know, all over the place. You know, we see other gym leaders. Give me blood. Nope. One time as a teenage asshole, I made a friend vow to never DM with me again because I kept killing his NPC. I feel so bad now in hindsight. Oh man. I can see that, man. I feel that. Just being that asshole, just like trying to ruin the game for everyone. Or just like make things like weird for the DM to like manage. And the event Pokemon? Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes so much sense they appear in he appears in an event. You know, to go along with like the movies, I imagine. Ah, one-shot it again. Let's get our dragon out there. Yeah, because I remember in like, what is it? Sun and Moon, you see blue and red at the battle tower. Trying to think of what else, or what other references there are. Oh, I didn't realize that was poison. Let's see. It's just... Oh, I should capture this Pokemon. Rip. Oh well. Jilper needs to level up. Also, before stream today, I gave my PC like a really good like wipe down on the fans and all that stuff back there, so, and it seemed to be paying off. Oop, did I just lose connection for a second or drop frames? I'm back. It seems fine. I don't know if I caught Yamask or not. I should capture one. Man, I do need to see or do play a tabletop game. I like to play one IRL, and I do have some friends that would be able to. And I know one of those friends. I'm speaking out loud to right now. It's been a minute since I've had since I've gone to like a good like tabletop night. Yeah, let's get Sandile more. Yeah, I know, I know, Belle. You're one. Oh, you'll fly down to the States? Alright, Jack. Well, we'll just, be sitting at the table, waiting for you. I bet Bangla really gets into it, like, character-wise. Like, really, like, doubles down in, like, whatever, like, character he's decided on. K. Oh, it's so fun. I don't know. It's like it's like an unspoken element. I feel like people don't talk about with tabletop games enough. Is like playing into character or playing, around characters. Yeah, I mean, I tried to like, keep it to me, but I also like whatever, like, say we're playing Red Dragon Tavern, or I think it's that game. Like, say we're playing that game, like I'll play like into the traits of a card. Jack, you just gotta think. Jack, just think of your favorite. Jack, think of a war movie. If you can't think of a war movie, yeah, there you go, Jack. Just call everyone a maggot. And there you go. Fine. Then just go. No, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Yeah, there you go. Tell NPCs to drop and do push-ups. See, Belle's got you. Smog. Of course I get poisoned. Litwick shines a light and absorbs life energy, which becomes the fuel that it burns. Damn. So we literally just suck the life out of people. Got it. Cool Pokemon facts. Did you know Litwick just drains you of life? Jack, just repeat everything Sergeant Slaughter says, and you'll be fine. Everyone will love you. Chandler. Or you can just look up clips of G.I. Joe, I guess. I was going to say, still, just become G.I. Joe. That would just make it even better. That would make it even better, honestly. There you go, Jack. There you go. Now you know how to be a soldier. Just go be a G.I. Joe. Pretend you're G.I. Joe. Let's go, Joes. Let's go, Joe heads. That's what the G.I. Joe people say, right? We gotta put our Joe heads together and take down Cobra. Chrome Cobra. My cat is going bananas, so I'm going to bed. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you so much for hanging and vibing. Much thank you for the weed. Let's see. Oh god. Getting all these hit encounters. Yeah, you can't disable me if I'm underground. Nerd. How Katie is with the drip check. I fucking love... Not gonna lie, I love the drip check. Just because I do put thought into what I wear. Today's kind of lazy, but I do like the shirt I am wearing. It means a lot to me. Let's see. Let's hit this pad, because I also need to save, just in case. G.I. Joe Renegades is the one I watched. So you've only... Oh yeah, that's right, you've only seen the... Yeah, you've only seen the movies. I always forget... Man, I forget about those movies. Like... That is just not a timing thing, I always just forget about it. Oh, it was a TV show. Okay, so Slaughter may not have aged well. You just like double checked and you're like, oh, But anyways, so my drip today, I cut the sleeves off this shirt. That's Betraying the Martyr, you know, just a band shirt, you know, doesn't look anything too crazy, not anything too wild, but it has tour dates on the back. And, oh, let's see.
Nephos.
Whoa, I'm trying to like show it off. I was trying to show it off. But essentially it was their Asia tour dates. And one of them was in Chongqing, and that's where I saw them. That's where I bought this shirt. So yeah, that's my little fun fact of this story. And that was a pretty cool show. If you knew these guys for anything, like if outside of metal, it's probably the Frozen cover, which is dumb. It's so dumb. It is ridiculously dumb. But yeah, if you haven't listened to the metal cover of Let It Go, Yeah, no, like the crazy thing is, I guess, like, finding out is like it was a lot more prevalent of obviously before COVID. Yeah, no, there's plenty of like acts that like we haven't heard about too much in the West, you know, but we're doing well in Asia. Um, um, what was it? There's a band called Collins Phil. That I don't think like many people know. That does very well over there. No, that's just a goofy name too. I just love it, Collins Phil. And yeah, I don't know. There's definitely like now post COVID. I don't see many people even attempting or trying to these days. Like I think I saw one, and it was just like on the border of Hong Kong. So like that was weird in itself. I can't help but wonder like, what a very particular spot for that show. As in Phil Collins, but backwards? Yes. And I missed my opportunity to see them. I was really saddened to see I was really wanting to be able to tell people I saw Collins Phil live. There was a lot of cool, interesting acts that like toured. Some metal bands that like I didn't hear about because they were just mostly European or like focused more on their European market, and you didn't see much in the West. Dagobah is one of those bands I feel like where you don't hear too much outside of Europe. Like even me wearing like a back patch kind of feels very weird. Be funny because whenever I get strapped, the Phil Collins do 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 do. Give me just a moment. Where do I know that beat from? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Let me grab some water real quick. And then we'll continue. I'm back. There's a song that has a similar beat that I know. Yeah, sadly it gets memed on, but not, you know, studio. Everyone should talk about that song more. Probably a lot of songs, Jack. Like that. Like Phil Collins is probably like a huge influence. Oh, you don't like Studio? Fair. Actually, not that long ago, I just listened to like a bunch of Phil Collins. It's alright. If anything, I want to listen to the Tarzan soundtrack. Also, like, if you're all like Discord, yeah, feel free to join the Discord. IndieKids Block Party, where we're just vibing, posting dumb shit, posting videos. And then if also, I just like always plugging my friend Nephos, who does the stream music. I need to remember add more tracks. I like found like a few solid that so far doesn't seem to trigger any copyright shit, so gotta explore and add a couple more. Let's see. You go songs I use in my stream. Exactly. Speaking of that, go give Jack a follow. Jack streams. Usually, when he does stream, he usually streams Kingdom Deliverance. Usually getting drunk and doing stuff. Alright, I'm just packing me another bowl. Sometimes I don't kill horses. Yeah, sometimes I don't kill horses when I stream. I've not drank on stream in a while. Probably won't in a while. No, I mean, like, you do drunk strat on there? Okay, yeah, I wasn't calling you like go watch Jack drink. Yo, shout out Jack Midnith. He's great at this thing. It's called drinking. Go support him. You know, every sub is a shot. And September, baby. All right, let's head back into Lavender Down. Oh, I just even the music. Oh, fuck me, I didn't even move. Jack Midnith, look, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. And if you know, you know. I had a beer at a random bar the other night because fuck it, and I wanted to see the bars in the area. Fair. I've done that plenty of times. That was like some of my the good times in China. Just like walking around and just checking out different bars. Sometimes stay. So it just disables a random move. Okay, that's wildly different than how it is later generations. Midnith. That's right. Jack Midnith around here. Be gone, intruders. I guess I could have brought the Poké Dolls, but this doesn't require it. Wow, Cafegaris appeared. Just bite. We're faster than it. Oh no. Oh no. Sand. Alright. Thank you so much for vibing, Belle. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Yes! We got the flinch. Oh, we missed the second attack. Oh, we got it. The ghost was the restless soul of Yamaska's mother. The mother soul was calmed. It departed to the afterlife. Alright. Well, I'm glad you saw us send a Pokemon into the afterlife, Belle. You know, this is what me at 5 years old was dealing with. Pokemon and sending them to heaven and hell. What do you want? Why are you here? Gothita. Just keep biting, buddy. We're just going to bite our way to victory. Oh, okay. I'm surprised it's faster than us. So for Koga's gym, we gotta get this guy, Jolber, and our Semi-Toad evolved. And I think level 32 is the cap. Wow, what an ugly motherfucker. What an ugly motherfucker right there. We need a Haxorus also for the 8th gym leader. So might as well get started on that. And we also gotta find the other dragon. So we have actually 2 dragons we gotta train up before the 8th gen leader. We're not going to do much. Should have not set this guy out. Oh yeah, I forgot. I could have just bubble beamed. Been just fine. Okay. Maybe I'm not so fine. I give up. I'm not going to forget this. Okay, let's go heal up our team before we proceed. We need our little Croc fan to make it. Or I just really need the experience for him. Also, we've been training up a Liepard that we're about to name Titty Cat after all this. And get it going. Well, no, well, we also been feeding it a ton of drugs. That's actually the other thing. Like every HP, PP, calcium, protein, whatever it is, we feed it to her. So she's just like, just gonna be this like mutated like body slammer that knows Thunderwave as well. It's gonna be ridiculous. I can't wait. It's gonna be a great time. Sandal. Bye. Just go ahead and grab all this experience. Oh my god. This is also the generation, like, also you can't rearrange your movesets. I just saw a video of a domesticated skunk. Alright, it sounds like I deserve an apology. It sounds like I deserve an apology, Jack. Don't go pet the skunk. I can't believe you wanted me to go pet the skunk. No, you could have domesticated that. You could have your own pet skunk, Jack. But no, I don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to train a pet. You don't want to train a skunk. You know, cats were once wild until until you know, we domesticated them. So you could do the same. Okay, you're right. Cats are just killers. We were domesticated by cats. You know, that is true. You know, Sami's don't pull their weight around here. And they still just complain to me about everything. Yeah, we're gonna keep our little dragon boy out here. Jack, I'm just saying, I think out of everyone I know, you are the perfect person to go domesticate a wild skunk. Alright, I wouldn't trust anyone else with such a task besides you, Jack. Pokemon are only good for making money. Stay out of our business. You're not saving anyone, kid. Jack, look, you're looking for how to make money. All right, you're trying to figure out what to do in life. Become a skunk tamer. You know? Have you ever thought of just becoming a professional skunk tamer? You go around, pick up skunks, you know, take them, rehabilitate them, make them really cool members of society. I don't understand this. Jack, you and the skunk could become the bestest of friends. You could sell a TV show on it. Look, I'm just saying, you come into this stream wondering how to, you know, make all the money, and we give you the greatest ideas. We honestly give you the greatest ideas. You know. Oh shit. Oh. Go out, Dragon Boy. Nope, nah. Alright. Alright. Okay. How about you become... a badger breeder. I heard badgers are coming back. Oh man, our poor Chupchu here isn't doing well. Oh well, we got it. Is it taming? Does it relate to taming skunks? Because if not, then I don't know if, you know, if it's the right career for you. You're not getting away with this. No. Oh, that's a shame. You came to save me. Thank you, but I came here of my own free will. I came to calm the soul of Yamask's mother. I think Kofagari's spirit has gone on the afterlife. I must thank you for your kind concern. Follow me to my home, Pokehouse of this floor. Mr. Fuji has been praying along for Yamask's mother. And DK, your Pokédex quest may fail without love for your Pokemon. I think this may help. Upon hearing that sleeping Pokemon will spring awake, it works on sleeping Pokemon. Gone. It's been clipped out. Which one of you motherfuckers are applying? It's so warm. Pokemon are so nice to hug. Yeah. This town is known as the gravesite of Pokemon. Memorial services are held in Poke Tower. Shit, and we also got a couple trainers. We can fight. Yeah, we actually got a bunch of trainers before we do want to take Landorus and such. Let's put our Dragon Boy up. Yeah. Wait. Hi, kid. You want to see my Pokemon? I thought I fought this guy. It's not. I think I got my ass kicked? Maybe. Come on, just one more time. Come on, one more move. You got this. Yes! '51 attack. Oh, I'm still in set mode. I was like, why can't I switch? Why can't I switch? I'm on set mode. Duh. Pokemaniac. Oh no, my Pokemon. Yeah, let's fight this guy. Ah, this mountain air is delicious. It's full of scrumptious CO2 and oxygen. Dwebble. I think Dwebble is like one of my favorite names to just say. It's so fun. Dwebble. I think I did catch one, despite not needing it in the end. And these Pokemon do not need to be traded around to evolve. I guess they said so, like, in the... What is it? Where they said it at again, I forgot. Fuck. They said it in the mall. Duh. I'm feeling this, I'll faint from this tough hike. Maybe. Maybe you won't. Yep, just bite our way. I honestly want to take on that Tracheon. I just need to know, like, I don't know. Like, I'll look into see whether or not that, like, those particular legendaries, like, if we need to, like, fight them first and then we just run into them in the wild, or if there's something else with their, stuff that I just need to, like, do secondary. I'm not up to it. Ugh. So terrible. Oh, hey. We actually need you. Perfect. Its skin is rubbery. It can pull it up to its head to protect itself from attack. Nope. Four. Yeah. So let's just run over here real quick. I just want to see, like, maybe now we can capture it? Like, I don't know what conditions we would have fulfilled. Aren't you not here? Huh. Okay, maybe I'm just crazy. Or maybe I do just need Flash. Whatever. Not too worried about right now. Alright. Let's go heal my team up. At least let's see if we could capture Landorus or whatnot. I already forgot their names. Landorus and... Not Tandorus. Thandorus? See, I'm pretty sure down path there, we have to fight everyone. So we'll just go through here real quick. I want to see if we can just capture them. That's kind of the big thing, really. I guess we could also do the karate thing, though. I think being level 30 will help out just a tad bit. Let's see. Boop boop boom. Dun 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 dun. Ah! Okay, okay, okay. Phew. That's gonna be so. I was like, oh, I need cut, don't I? Alright. Our Raging Storm blocks the way. So go here. Go down here. Tornadus woke up. It's in a grumpy rage. Yep, that's Tornadus, all right. That's 7 Tornadus. That hits like a truck. Oh, I don't have anyone that can stun. I got different people who can stall. Like, start with the sand attack. Spill layer after layer. 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6? Alright, 6 layers. Alright, now let's bite. Oh. Even 6 layers. Ooh, 6 layers and it got 2 bites in a row. That's kind of crazy. Alright. No, why did I miss? Oh, motherfucker can rest. Okay. I wonder if I can... Now that it's asleep... That's the key. Okay. So, they're moving too fast. Around with hypnosis. Oh shit. Oop. Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I dropped. Oh fuck. Oh yeah, I'm sorry y'all. I didn't realize I dropped. Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, it looks like it's having trouble now. Which is fine. There we go. Let's see... So now I gotta think about, like, a whole different set of things, honestly. Because now I gotta think about, like, well, how am I gonna put all these Pokemon asleep. You know? Or I could get lucky like this, and then... Hey! We got it. Tornadus. Cyclone. Tornadus expels a massive energy from its tail, causing severe storms. It can blow away houses. No. Yeah, we got it. So now I got, yeah, so I'm just curious of like, what Pokemon do I have that could do hypnosis? Or, I guess like, yeah, like I'm trying to think of like, if we have any, I guess it would be, well actually, yeah. We could over time get one particular Pokemon back. I don't know. I'll see. Do a little bit of research and see who may or may not carry sleep powder or hypnosis. Okay, so we're going to do the fight kind of similar, as weird as that's going to sound. We're going to try to blind him as much as possible, weaken him down. Oh, I keep forgetting we're in set mode. Let's turn that off before we get into this next one. See. Should have bought more Pokeballs. Oh well. Dun, 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 dun. Thundurus woke up. It attacked in a grumpy rage. Grumpy Pokemon. That sprite doesn't look much better either. Throw sand in its eye. I know it looks like a god and all, but just throw sand in its eye. Trust me, he'll be fine. I think our 5th layer. 6. Just make sure. Alright. So now we can... That's funny. Just try to... That's weird, if anything. One more. Damn it! Oh, I really should have done a bite. Alright. Yeah, now we're just forced to use Sand Attack until it decides when it wants to go to sleep. There it goes. Just bite. Yoshi. I'm about ready to go to bed, Zeus. We just gotta capture this Thunderous. Fucking one turn rest is ridiculous. Oh, come on. That was just two. I'll probably have to switch out soon. Oh. I'll switch. Let's get our Dragon Boy out here. Because I know he can do a lot of damage in a short amount of time. It's not with the scratch move. Just gotta wait till it rests. I guess we're... Oh, come on. Oh, good thing I have some super potions. Please just rest already. Motherfucker won't rest. Come on. Like, I get barely barely slept. Ugh. God damn it. Oh, just refuses to go to bed for just any amount of time. Like what bullshit is that? You know, maybe now that I have his defense down so low, I should just oh, fuck me. Of course, I switched to a Pokemon that can't do shit against it. See what Fury Swipes does. Come on. Come on. Oh, we got it. Bolt Strike. Spikes on its tail, discharges immense bolts of lightning. It flies around, firing lightning. No. Alright, that means we got one more somewhere. Alrighty. But that's going to have to wait until tomorrow. Because my cats... What? Me? I guess I forgot all about this dude over here. Alright, it looks like I gotta fight this guy real quick. No worries. Sandile. Crunch. Hell yeah. Ah. Let's try switching around because I do need to get Cubchoo here leveled up a bit. God, yeah, we still got 3 Mons that all need to evolve in the next couple, well, next stream really. Yeah, all the 3 we have for Koga, which who knows if we need all 3 for Koga, honestly. And at this rate, we've been doing fine with 2 of the 3 on our team. $26. Whoa, your spark plug. Yeah. Alright, let's get to the... Poke Center. And... make a save. Defeat Erica, defeated Team Rocket at the casino. Found the Lucky Casino. Went through the Poke Tower. And caught Landorus and Thundurus. Or no, Landorus is still out there. That's the 3rd one we need to capture next. Let's see. Curious of like where Victini landed. Yeah, then we so we know how also now go after those other Pokemon too. We just gotta put them to sleep, which we'll look around. We'll figure out. Alright, y'all. Thank you so much for vibing and chilling with me. Much appreciated. Thank you, Koos, once again for the raid earlier today. Thank you for the new followers as well. Let me pull you up with just one more thanks. Let's see. Just want to give a thanks to Alcadius for the drip check and Hively 26 for the follow. And thank you all for the weed redemptions as well. Oh, I'll be back on tomorrow, 6 p.m. It's going to be just a lot of battles. And maybe some achievements. Like, yeah, it's gonna be a minute for Koga just because we got so many Pokemon level Well, not even that fact that we have like so many different Pokemon level up, but we have like, yeah, no, we still have like Sabrina's team coming up too. That I need to put Pidove back in the loop in to get ready for as well. Or not Pidove, but Tranquil. But yeah, thank you all so much for vibing and hanging with me. Much appreciated. Let's see. Let's raid out. Let's see. Let's see. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's see. Let's raid out to Kid Squids. They're actually playing Titanfall 2. And I haven't seen that game in forever. Let's see.
Nefos.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to just make sure I'm pulling everything right. Oop. But yeah, thank you all so much. I'll be back on tomorrow, 6 p.m. Once again, the Discord and the music. And you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Sleep well out there, or have a wonderful start to your day.
You don't get to kill me either.
Hey! Hey, thank you for the raid! What's going on?
That Vanguard class Titan is still in there.
Oh my god.
Should have put it in my contract. I've got other people with money to see. What are you doing?
Yeah, I was gonna say, the funniest thing ever would be if Speedsy opened the cockpit right there and just flung him off the side. Howdy, howdy. Thank you, Raiders. We're going on to the end. We're finishing it now.
Cooper, I require your assistance. My auto navigation systems are offline.
Okay.
Get me into that injector assembly. We must do this together.
Okay. Sure.